Hey folks, I'm just about to get started. I'm gonna restart my stream in just about a minute. So if in case there's an interruption, don't fret. I'm gonna be here. Wow, 50 people here already. My goodness, I'm gonna be here all afternoon, drawing Hillary and Bernie. So I will see you in just a minute and a half. Drawing this one because this one's gonna take a long time. So sit back and enjoy. And please chat. Don't be quiet. Just about to get started. Nice to see so many of you online, so many of you quietly online. Okay. So, today's cartoon. I think everything's working okay. Today's cartoon is going to be Valentine's Day cartoon with Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. And of course, the news is how Bernie is doing better among women voters than Hillary, which is surprising since that's Hillary's pitch. And also that Bernie's doing better with younger voters. So, and most importantly, younger women voters are going way heavy for Bernie. So the idea is Valentine's Day cartoon. Valentine's Day is Sunday, so sending this cartoon out tomorrow morning works well. And this is my rough sketch for it. So Hillary's going to be over here on the left. Here's Cupid. She's given her a raspberry like that. And over here on the right is Bernie with all the pretty young girls making a crowd around him. So with two caricatures, a crowd and Cupid, this one's going to take a while to draw. So we'll get started. Hey, everyone, please chat with me. Let me know what you think. And I will get started laying this puppy out. Also, go to my personal blog page, Daryl at darylkagel.com. Excuse me, moving the microphone. And you can see all the past videos, and it's good stuff to watch. So, hey, 63 of you watching silently, not leaving a comment. Say something. And please follow this. Follow me. I appreciate the follows. I do need the follows. Okay, so if you're wondering what I'm looking at on the screen, I've got photo scrap here of Bernie Sanders, and then I'll have Hillary as well. So let's put, say Hillary is here. Her pantsuit. Yeah, give her some poor posture because she's not happy about what she sees. Okay, there's a rough Hillary. she'll be looking at Cupid. Cupid looking back at Hillary. So move her a little over here. Cupid here. And Cupid has to be given the raspberry, so big tongue. Can have a little bit of spray coming at her, huh? Foot. Check something over here. Okay. So, what should Cupid's body position be? I think he needs the face pointing back here at Hillary. He's kind of big, isn't he? Too big. So, Erdnus Vorn Mars writes, what is the situation between Hillary and Bernie? I have actually no clue about politics in America. Where are you from, Erdnus? Their situation is that Bernie is doing surprisingly well. And Hillary doing surprisingly poorly. Germany. Yeah, I think you guys get a kind of a strange view of America. I think Europe is much more obsessed with Donald Trump. Thinks of him as a really crazy character. And Europe, by and large, doesn't give as much weight to how far right the Republicans are here. The effect of the angry evangelicals. So I think we don't follow each other very well. Although Americans acknowledge that they don't know what goes on in the rest of the world, but the rest of the world all thinks they know all about America. So that's my riff. So there's his bow. I wanted to show a little bit of butt. I have to really stretch to get butt in that position. Sprudelel writes, Bernie would be a moderate in Germany. I guess he would. Anyway, this is a Valentine's Day cartoon. And we also had this interesting news here of Gloria Steinem and Madeleine Albright kind of dissing young women who like Bernie. Implication being that they're not serious. Gloria Steinem says they want to go to the Bernie events to get dates, and that is so sexist. It's ironic coming from her. Anyway, that's why the emphasis on the young women and their interest in Bernie, because it's been in the news with the Vocal Hillary supporters. I would. Madeleine Albright said something like, "There's a special place in hell for women who don't support the other woman." My goodness. Okay, his head is still wrong. This will take me quite a while to get right. I'm going to be here all afternoon, so sit back, make some popcorn, relax. Thank you for your comments. 63 of you. That's great. Actually, this should be in his other hand. So I can have one hand here pulling it back. Let's do that. So here's the other hand. And here he's pulling it back. So there's an arrow. Hand goes a little lower. Oh, Judah Smata, you want to donate? That's wonderful. Go to kegel.com/heroes. We really do appreciate your support. I'm not set up as a Twitch partner yet to take donations on Twitch, but I do appreciate follows. And if you're a kegel.com fan, please do. I appreciate the donations on kegel.com/heroes. And get your friends to follow. I do appreciate that. Salty corn. Urdnus. Very good. Arrow needs to be a little longer. Wait till I get to Bernie. I haven't decided whether to put Bernie up on a pedestal or not. But you can see, I have the girls running along here at the bottom. Hillary should come down a bit. I should have a ground line here. I figure all this stuff out as I go along. So, my apologies for that. There seems to be this crazy misconception that people have about cartoonists that we visualize everything first and then just draw it right out of our heads the first time. No, I look at it and figure it out and make lots of errors and lots of erasing. His wings need to come down to not obscure his tongue. All things I do not think about until I start drawing this thing. He's got curly hair, doesn't he, Cupid? Okay. 72 people. 72 very quiet people watching this on Twitch. Okay, so Bernie. I think I need to have his head up here. Stand him probably like that. That's going to be generally where he is. Head needs to come down. Relaxing to watch me draw. Well, good. Good. Oh, I've got 4 new followers today. Thank you, folks. Tyrone Epzik and Erdness, and I can find a game, so I will, and Wonderboy 420. Thank you so much, all of you, for following. I really do appreciate it. Drinking water from Flint, Michigan today. So this is probably going to take me an hour and a half just to do the rough sketch. And then another 2 hours to do the finished line work, and then probably another hour and a half to do the color. So it's going to be all afternoon, folks. Just give me some comments to keep me talking, and I won't go quiet. Thank you so much, Tyrone Nepsk. I appreciate the follow. Hillary's head comes down more too. Yeah, Flint water, my goodness, so nasty. Look at my last cartoon about Flint, you'll see where the water comes from. It's on the Twitch page with my video archive. Okay, if you hear some drumming, that's my rocker son downstairs doing the drumming. If you look back on the video archive, you'll also see that I did his album cover in a live stream on Twitch, which is just about ready to get deleted because Twitch doesn't keep the oldies up there like I would like to see them do. Thank you for the nice tweet, Judas Master. Excellent Flint cartoon, says Shep Draws. Thank you, Shep. Flint is quite the outrage. I was hearing, while I was drawing that on Twitch, some people from Europe who were watching said they didn't know anything about Flint. They don't get that news. And, my goodness. I'll bet they got all the news about Donald Trump, but something as devastating as Flint, and they don't get the news. I suppose that's the same with us following news about Europe. Thank you, Judas Matawan. I do appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna need, I think I'm gonna put Bernie on an ionic column. It could be a Corinthian column. Just needs to have a little panache. And that's because I need for him to be up high here at a level that's going to put his head above the girls. The girls are going to be here, like groupies. Running away from Hillary, showing disinterest in Hillary. Okay. Shep Draws writes, I had an old boss at my former newspaper who was from Flint, who spent a little time in the auto plants and decided to get the hell out and become a commercial artist. Well, Flint just sounds like a god-awful place, doesn't it? I'm going to move my camera over just a little bit. Excuse me. Okay. There, I think we're better. Oh, you're seeing my camera right here in the corner. So it's not better. Maybe that's better. Yeah, poor Flint. It's terrible. It's like the cost of replacing all the plumbing exceeds the value of all the building stock in town. In other words, costs more to replumb for non-poison water at your house than it does to build a new house. I suppose we're going to start hearing arguments about how they shouldn't even rebuild Flint. Kind of the same arguments we were hearing about New Orleans. Shep draws. What is your brainstorming process for a cartoon? Keywords, thumbnails, subconscious thinking? Well, this morning I went out and read the newspaper, and there was really quite a bit of news about the demographics of the primary in New Hampshire. And a big feature article today in the LA Times about Hillary's problems with young people and Bernie's demographics. And that in combination with this weekend being Valentine's Day, and every editor is, well, I shouldn't say every editor, but most editors are just obsessed with holidays. They really want cartoons to be addressing holidays, and that's something that cartoonists resist, which really shows up on some particular holidays where editors have, what should I say, strong demand for those holidays, and cartoonists are not motivated to put out a lot of supply for those holidays. So we do get a lot of Valentine's Day cartoons, but we don't get many Dr. Martin Luther King Day cartoons. And the editors really want those, and we get complaints. And we started doing things to promote the oldies on our syndicate site so that the editors who only look at the new cartoons are not going to be flummoxed by no Martin Luther King cartoons, because we'll bring up all the oldies for them. But we have to do that special stuff because the cartoonists do not necessarily, or often do not, draw what the editors want. I'm just digressing. Anyway, drawing this because it's Valentine's Day this weekend, and the news is Bernie getting the votes from all the young women. To the consternation of Hillary, who wants to be loved. Hillary wants to be loved, but she's just not very lovable. And it's Bernie over here who's lovable. And he is lovable in a funny old man kind of way. I like Bernie. His nose is funny. It's really kind of narrow. Hello, T-Guile. Shep Draw writes, there'll be a lot of abandoned cities as climate change becomes more prominent. That is scary stuff. You know, I'm here in Santa Barbara, California, and they had a conceptual art project that they were going to do in town, which was to paint this blue line down the main street, State Street, at the level where they predicted the sea level would go with climate change. In front of all the businesses, you know, there would be this blue line of where the ocean would go. And the businesses, of course, were all horrified. You can't do that. Made a local scandal. It's kind of interesting, but shocking to see where that blue line would go. But not something people are ready to think about, even in liberal Santa Barbara. Pyro Games Incorporated. Yes, Santa Barbara. 77 people watching. That's pretty good. I appreciate all you guys, and thank you for the comments. And please, please do follow, because I really do need the follows. I'm the only editorial cartoonist who's drawing live online, to my knowledge. And I feel like I've got the obligation of proof of concept. If I can make it work, other people will think it works. And if I can't, people aren't even going to try. Cartoonists aren't even going to try. Editorial cartoonists. So I have the burden of proof of concept on my shoulders. Lazaniel writes, "You do have a steady job as a cartoonist, right?" I do, in the respect that I'm the guy who runs the syndicate, which gives me the audience at the syndicated papers, and it gives me the reach to get my cartoons seen. But I don't have an employer newspaper, and I'm afraid that's the way it's going to be moving into the future for most cartoonists, turning into a freelance kind of thing. Most editorial cartoonists, I should say, as the jobs are disappearing. But so it is with all of journalism, and I don't think any worse for a cartoonist than anyone in the newsroom. All right, let's do a better Bernie. So in case you're wondering, this is what I'm looking at on my computer screen. It's Google Images of Bernie. Oh, and thank you for following, Dawifa. I do appreciate that. Arm Slammer writes, "What size do you normally draw your editorial cartoons?" Well, this is 11 by 17 that I'm doing my sketch on, and my final paper, my vellum that goes on top of this, 14 by 17. So usually smaller than the 14 by 17. Usually 3 passes of the scanner. Sometimes it's a little tall and I need to go through the scanner in 5 pieces, but usually not. Bernie's going to be hard for me to draw. I'm not used to drawing him yet. Adwecon, can you draw good? I'll leave that up to you. Lots of people, when they disagree with my cartoons, they like to insult my drawing. So I'd say that's where most of my detractors come from. People that disagree. I do have lots of detractors. Oh, you can't see. I'm back. I'm sorry. My apologies there. Yeah, let me know when I do that. Sometimes I forget. And I do flip up and look at the comments regularly, in case you're wondering where I'm looking. Maybe they should all have cell phones. That makes them look young. Oh, Fall Angel, right? So you draw with your left. Yes. And that's why I have this blue thing here behind me here. So when the chat and stuff shows up, is the chat showing up? You guys type a message, it shows up. Doing more involved drawings for your videos. Oh, well, thank you. Is the chat showing up? I think it's not. Could be. Chat browser source. Let me give that a shot. Should have this chat showing up. My apologies, because I will be here for a long time, so settling in for the day. Peyton Rip, thank you so much for following. Well, looks like I'm having trouble getting the chat to show up. Oh, there it goes. 2 new followers. Thank you, Judas Mata. And my apologies about the chat. I think I've got the chat working now, so you should see it there. Bring the size up a little bit. Yeah, that's a little better. Oh, thank you, Judas Mata. Thank you, Adwikon. And Peyton Rip. I really do appreciate these follows. That's my measure of how well this is working. And so, thank you so much. Yeah, this gal has to go. Who are my favorite conservative editorial cartoonists? Well, probably Nate Beeler is my favorite one. He's the cartoonist for the Columbus Dispatch. He's really quite conservative. And Eric Alley, when he does national cartoons instead of just the local ones, very good conservative. In fact, what I've done with my syndicate is gather a whole bunch of cartoonists who are my favorite cartoonists. And put them into the newspaper syndicate. And we will often label the cartoons liberal or conservative in order to get the conservative editors to consider something that's not always coming from a conservative cartoonist. But if you will take a look, you want to see my favorite cartoonists, I'll drop this in chat. Come to this page. This is my syndicate page, and you can see here, this is my syndicate page. That's the top of the page. This is the cartoon news ticker. Here you can see my last cartoon from yesterday right there. And down here, the list of all the cartoonists in the syndicate that I syndicate. And there are some excellent conservative cartoonists here. Rick McKee, probably our most popular cartoonist, along with Nate Beeler. Very conservative cartoonist, really very good. And he's funny. And you know, conservatives, I think conservatives tend to be humorless. Not much funny about heartless conservatives. But Rick McKee is really quite funny. So, the exception to the rule. Oh, I'm sorry. Again, I forget to switch the monitor. We're back. And I do appreciate everyone today. Thank you so much for these nice follows. Thank you, Adweekton. That's very nice. This girl can be grabbing his leg, huh? People are texting me. I need to take the watch off. One thing about this drawing these things live is it makes me focus, not lose my train of thought and run into doing other things. I don't answer the phone and the texts. You guys are quiet today. Yep, iWatch. Part of the issue with the iWatch is that it demands attention, and often it demands attention for things that do not deserve my attention. So I should remember to take it off every time I live stream. I'm just blocking things out. This is all rough sketch to give me direction when I do the final drawing on top of this. I may want to lift Cupid up a little bit and left. I have to think about that. Maybe the girls need their cell phones. Nice to have 65 folks here. I appreciate that. I've even got 3 on YouTube who are not leaving comments. You guys are so quiet. Oh, it looks like my white hairs on my chin are giving chroma key trouble. Let's get rid of those. That's better. I'm back. Do I have any apps for Kaggle Tunes? We used to have a nice we used to have like 40 apps. I was doing topical apps and individual artist apps. We had some trouble with Apple not wanting to approve our apps because they did not approve of the cartoons. In particular, they were quite vocal about an app we did of Tiger Woods cartoons that they would not tolerate. Back when Tiger Woods was having sex with everyone, we had lots of great Tiger Woods cartoons. Anyway, the apps needed to be updated, and we lost our programmer, and the cost was well more than the ad revenue that the apps brought in, so we just decided to drop them. There was no good reason for doing them. Hello, Parks Lady. Nice to see you here. So we might give them a try again, but problem is, you know, we make the money in the syndicate by licensing cartoons to other people. Actually, running the cartoons ourselves, not much of a business plan to that. This girl must change. Parks Lady asks how I am. I am all good today. I have a theory about editors. My theory is that what editors want from editorial cartoons is really they want the editorial cartoons to be greeting cards. And so The more you give the editors what they want, which is Hallmark, the more your cartoon gets reprinted. So when there's an opportunity to do that in a way that is not too disturbing to our cartoonist sensibilities, like Hillary and Bernie Valentine's Day cartoon, then seize the day. These are all pretty young girls, and the reason why they're all pretty young girls, and I do not have diversity in the aspect of including young men or older women or not so romantically inclined women, is that this is a Valentine's Day cartoon, and the news is about young women flocking to Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton. So, and Gloria Steinem's crazy comment about the young women preferring Bernie because they want to get dates, which is so sexist. So sexist to have that coming from Gloria Steinem. Crazy. So we can have one back here, a little behind Bernie. It is ridiculous, Parks Lady. Therefore, the cartoon. I need to remember that they should be holding their cell phones. And please, folks, please follow. I do need the follows. Parks Lady writes, I've heard younger women are more likely to support Bernie, and I'm not sure why that is. Well, it's because young Cupid here is not shooting arrows in Hillary's direction. I have all the cartoon answers. Yeah, that darn Cupid. I'm going to have to put more thought into this pedestal as well, I can see. This gal is not looking good. Deweeva writes, do you have an idea in mind of what your follows and likes would have to be for you to deem the live videos a success? Well, I don't know. I look at some of these other people in the Twitch community who, will literally get like 2,000 people live online at a time. I think what would make live streaming a success in the eyes of most editorial cartoonists is enough viewers that they could say, look, I've got a credible audience here, to a newspaper or somebody that's trying to build up their online presence, and say, look, don't you want me to be part of your news site because I've got a online following that watches me in real time, and you're all worried about your static print content and not having enough support for videos and online communities, and so here, hire me as your editorial cartoonist, and I bring videos and online community to you. And I think that requires quite a bit of audience in order to make that kind of an argument, and that's what it's going to take for I think for most editorial cartoonists to be willing to invest the time to do live streaming. Something that creates a credible business opportunity for them. How many viewers is that? I don't know. It's something on the order of the better, bigger audiences of the popular people in Twitch Creative. But keep in mind that this is traditional editorial cartooning is its own odd beast with a different audience, and the jury is out on whether it can work here, but I'll give it a try. I enjoy it. I'm starting to develop this kind of skill like Popeye of mumbling to myself constantly as I draw and figure things out. And I see that the process of doing these is something that takes some time. There's a learning curve to it. So, folks, I do really appreciate if you would follow for me. That would be a wonderful help. I need the follows. The follows is the proof of concept. I'm a bit concerned that these squatty women in the front are not looking right, because they're just squatty, and they should not be. face camera is only showing my hair when I lean down like this. Maybe up a little bit. Try that. So that's lower. And let's try it over here. There you get a little bit of camera clamp. And now a little bit of shadow on the green screen. If we can fix that. Okay, I think that's a little better. Popeye's voice. Garshk, Daryl. Or Shmi Spinach, writes Dawifa. You know, Popeye mumbles constantly. Oh, and thank you, Psy Matrix, for your helpful advice there. This gal needs to be entirely different. We can move this a little bit this way. What am I getting here? Oh, I'm getting this. Oof. So I'm not, you can see that I'm procrastinating drawing Bernie by fiddling with all these girls. Bernie has an interesting nose in that from the front it's really quite narrow. But you want to draw it poking out. He's got that long, interesting, flat upper lip. And he alternates between showing more upper teeth and more lower teeth. I'm going to try the lower first, see how that looks. Kind of a little nose bulb there. Chin back that way. Okay, the eyes. His hair is wonderful. So my apologies, folks, for silent times as I procrastinate figuring out how to draw Bernie's eyes. So his eyelids kind of are straight across. little bit of angry eyebrow that disappears as it gets like halfway back across his eyes. Then he's got these nice glasses. That's not good enough, but I think I'm going to need to take a second away from it in order to figure out how it's not good enough. Got a good old man ear. I like Bernie, he's fun. Alright, he's not good enough, but I'm gonna have to wait a minute for my mind to reset to give me a better read on what I've got wrong. I estimated an hour and a half to do this rough sketch, but I can tell it's going to be longer. Dawifa, I try to avoid the labels in the editorial cartoons. If I can do a cartoon without labels, then I will strive for that. So no labels on here. I'm not going to write Clinton or Saunders, even though I may need it, depending on how bad a job I do with my caricatures. But, yeah, that's I think it's the sissy editorial cartoonists that rely on labels. I guess Bernie is starting to look okay. Forehead needs to come back this way. Alright, what do I do about this girl in the front who's not looking right? Bernie is kind of right. That's a little funnier. He really doesn't have much of a snuff box. Your snuff box is this part here right under your nose that indents a little bit. Let's let Bernie percolate for a minute and I'll come back to him. What am I going to do with this girl? I think this girl needs to go. there's a little bit of space here right in front of Bernie where she can pop her head. Oh, Rusty Fishhook, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. And also Is Square Pixel, thank you. I really do appreciate the follows. All right. Yes, thank you, Rusty Fishhook. Much appreciated. I do need the follows. He doesn't really have this bulldog jowl, does he? Just goes down the side. Comes out here. It goes down that way. Yeah. Alright. Yes, I do kind of make the expression of the characters that I'm drawing as I draw them. I know some cartoonists like to have a mirror on their table, make the expressions and look at their own faces. If I give this girl this prime spot, she's going to be the prime face. I guess that's okay. Bernie, the new Elvis, of course. It's like Bye Bye Birdie. Okay. That's awkwardly covering her face, but perhaps that's kind of nice. Yeah, clearly Cupid needs to come up here. And he's given the raspberry to Hillary.
her cell phone.
Poodle skirts, says nail makers. Should I have poodle skirts? I don't have any skirts, do I? Let's think about his column. What is Bernie's column going to look like? Alright, this girl is looking a little wrong. Do I want to reposition her? Yes, I figure this stuff out as I look at it. And it takes some time. So my stuff goes slow. Veta83, thank you for following. I do appreciate. So, Veta83, how do you find me here? Am I just on the creative page along with everybody else and you just happen to click? This girl's looking lousy. This girl is not looking like she's got a good place for her body to go. I think I may need to rethink her. Might be a little better. Wonder Boys 420 writes, I was being featured on the main creative page when I started watching. Oh, well, that's great. Am I still there? On the main creative page? Oh, I'm not looking at that. Take a look. Nice to be featured on the main creative page. I'm going to be here so long, I guess it's not reasonable to expect that I would stay on the main creative page very long. Nope. Live game creation. I don't think I'm on the creative page at all anymore. Oh, here I am, way down. 40 viewers. Well, that's not so bad comparatively. About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 columns down. 10 rows down. She's looking a little more like she should be bent over in this position. And the more I get away from Bernie, the more Bernie kind of seems to look like that's what he should be looking like. I think I'm going to need to look at some columns. Oh, taking a selfie of herself. I'm sorry. Dawifa writes, one girl should be taking a selfie of herself being close to Bernie. And that's true. This girl could do that. Oh, I was gonna work here on my how about a Corinthian column? Corinthian. Corinthian column. What's the top of a Corinthian column called? Oh, there should be lots of these. So, in case you're wondering, this is what I'm looking at, Corinthian columns. Phone for a selfie kind of needs to be here, doesn't it? You hear the drumming, that's my son rocking out downstairs. Okay, she's got a arm on Bernie and she's taking a selfie here. That was a very nice suggestion. Crown? Yes, Google Images is my morgue. Back in the day, when you had to do all your morgue stuff on real paper, Life was tough for cartoonists. All right. So, top of the column should go about like that, huh? I just need to get him up in the air in order for this composition to work. I don't need to call that much attention to the column. The little curly cues go down like that. We can get a little fleur-de-lis happening here and here and here and here. That looks like it makes sense. These need to come up like that. That looks Corinthian, huh? Let's give it a couple little extra fleurs. And bump, 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 bump. There says Corinthian column. I'm not sure that that's any good, but it is what it is. Okay, this girl. Now I could have a hand coming up, but since I'm going to move Cupid over here, I could have a hand coming up with a camera. That would be her camera hand. Weaver writes, did I ever have a morgue reference collection? You know, I would tear images out of the newspaper or magazines once in a while, back in the old days. And mostly I would go to the library. I used to work in Manhattan. I would go to the 42nd Street, 5th Avenue Library, where they had a wonderful morgue photo scrap room where you could go check out the clippings and spend a whole lot of time there at the New York Public Library. Was a great resource. There's so many illustrators in town. You really needed a grand morgue. I would get these jobs that have caricatures in them, and you know, you'd think you'd get photo scrap from the client, and you do not. I hear the Mad Magazine guys talk about that. They get these movie parodies, and they're supposed to draw all the stars and all the stuff that's going to happen in the movie, and they really don't get any photo scrap. They've got to kind of make it up on the fly before the movie comes out. Story of my life for many years. Alright, what's this girl doing? Is she squatting? Is she running? Why is she there? I like the head being here in terms of the heads, but I have to figure out what the hell is going on with her body that justifies her head being there. Hello, typical rimps. Please come follow me, typical. I do need the follows. And thank you for insert me here in typical rimps. So I see you just did follow. Thank you so much. Yeah, this girl's bothering me. And close her mouth and make her face a little smaller. Do I want to give him hearts? I could. I don't know that that's necessary. It is Valentine's Day, though. It's hard to have too many hearts on Valentine's Day. Notes for where hearts should go. I think the hearts are kind of funny. Shep Draws writes, have you done any work for Mad Magazine? My photo morgues tended to overtake my workspace. The internet is wonderful for such needs. That is quite true. And no, I have not done any work for Mad Magazine. I love Mad Magazine. I know the guys at Mad Magazine, but I have not worked for Mad Magazine. All right, this girl who's bothering me. It's a little better. That hand needs to show that she's doing a selfie. Give this girl down here a better spot. Just have her phone there. Okay. I think that's kind of gonna work. Could be better. So, folks, please do follow me. I do appreciate the follows. This arm is not working for this girl. It's a little better. Just a little. And again, as you know, I do figure all this stuff out as I go along. I have not figured anything out. I'm just noticing that things look wrong as they look wrong and redrawing them and erasing a lot. I may make Cupid smaller. Crowd scenes take a lot of time because you got to get everybody in the crowd right. And one of the things I hated about my advertising cartooning career was how darn many crowd scenes there were, because art directors get the idea in their head to do a cartoon when they have so many things to say on their list of things they need to say in the art that the simple solution is not working, and they think of a cartoonist for doing a big crowd of junk. And I would get called for crowd scenes all the time. And the problem with crowd scenes is that they're assignments that come from word people who really haven't thought of what the cartoon's going to look like. And that's the simple solution for the art director. Call the cartoonist when the list starts looking too crazy. Deweefa writes, what cartoon of yours has been most used by newspapers this year? Well, this is a short year, huh? So, I'm not sure I know. I don't get good stats on what the newspapers use, and so much of it is anecdotal, just guessing what they use the most. In general, the cartoons that get used the most are the ones that are funnier gags and have to do with celebrity schadenfreude. Editors and readers like to see celebrities suffer. So those are always the most popular cartoons. Suffering celebrities. Okay, I think I'm starting to get there. I'm just gonna have to live with this chick in the middle. Okay, that's working. All right, Hillary. Draw Hillary. Getting back to the left. You notice I draw from right to left because I'm left-handed. So this is what I'm looking at. Hillary. And no, I don't have a good Hillary in my head. I look at the photo scrap and rethink her each time. She's had so many different hairdos. There are lots of cartoonists who have their versions of Hillary that they're quite happy with, but nothing that I think carries the caricature groupthink forward, like we see with Obama and the big ears, or George W. Bush getting shorter with his giant ears and his eyeballs getting closer together. Now, Hillary had, in the old days, had very heavy eyebrows that she doesn't have anymore. She's gotten herself trimmed, so we don't see such heavy eyebrows. And she has a pretty good snuff box. She's got these cheek things going on. I think I'm starting to get her. She is a grouchy looking thing. Well, hey, thank you folks for all being with me. I do appreciate it. I'm going to be for quite a long time, so sit back. And please, if you have not yet followed my stream, I would appreciate very much the follow. Oh, Cartoon Man. Hello, Daryl. First time watching via Twitch. Nice to see you here, Cartoon Man. So, Hillary. He doesn't have that big a chin. she does have the jowls. Bring her face around. Gonna fix her nose a little bit. Nose is actually pretty long. Some cartoonists give her a huge nose, but I'm not quite seeing where that comes from. Except that cartoonists just like to draw big noses. I do give her hips bigger than they should be. And her hands are pretty tiny. Get the tiny hands. Is that what I want to do with her Hillary eyes? Let me rethink that. She does have this above the eyebrow thing, above the eyeliner thing going on. Kind of her. I'll probably make that better on the trace. All right, let's rethink her hair a little bit. What's her hair looking like today? I wonder if I can sort these by date. Images, search tools, time, past 24 hours. Let's try that. Oh, that gives me a current hairdo. That's interesting. Hadn't really thought to do that before. Okay. You folks are so quiet. Needs a little bit of heel, huh? I think her feet are pretty tiny. So Cupid's going up here. Okay, what's up with this rough sketch? Am I done? Is this looking the way I want it to look? Hillary is close. She does need a bigger nose. Okay, Hillary. Is there a lot of Nixon in Hillary? Asks Rusty Fishhook. DeWeefa writes, your drawing is mesmerizing to all of us. We can't chat in our trances. Mesmerizing. Well, very good. A lot of Nixon and Hillary? No, I'm not seeing that. This is your basic Nixon. With the ski nose. The hair that went like this. And the shoulders way up here. Or else he'd do this. Nixon. Okay. If this guy moves there, I can put in some more hearts, a little more afternoon lines. I think I'm good to go to that face is wrong. So let's give this girl a little more cranial mass. She looks like she had a little bout with the Zika virus, so let's make her head a little bit bigger. And then this girl needs to point up. That makes more sense. So you see Hillary saying, I'm not a crook. Yeah. I'm sorry she's doing so poorly, but she is a bit tone deaf. Okay. This girl's bottom needs to be bigger. Is the rough sketch done? Is the next question. That one goes wide. I think the rough sketch is done. So here's my rough sketch. Pootie moves up here. I'm good. I might move Hillary just a little bit that way. Okay, so I have been drawing 1 hour and 50 minutes to get just my rough sketch done on this puppy. And I tell you, the final line art is probably going to take just as long. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little 10-minute break and start a new video, because these videos get to be too long when they hit 2 hours long. And in the next one, which will be just 10 minutes away, so don't turn me off, don't go away, I will be back and oh, that mouth is wrong. Let me fix that. I'll be back and doing the line art, which actually is not tracing this, but is rather actually doing a whole new drawing, but with this as the guidelines for it. That mouth is terrible. Right. Is that all right? I think it is. Okay. Only gonna be 10 minutes, and I shall come back and sit here for another 2 hours and finish this thing. And so don't go away. I'm gonna put the timer up for 10 minutes, and I will be back. I'm just about ready to come back. Don't go away. Still here. Almost back. Okay, I'm restarting the stream now. Coming right back. This is part 2 where I'm going to do the finished line art. This is really the main thing to do. Finished line art is what the cartoon is all about. Then coloring it is easy, although I've got a lot of characters in here to color. So thank you for joining me again. And again, apologies for the break, but I like for these things to not run over 2 hours. And gotta take a break every couple hours. And readjust everything. Everything seems to want to be readjusted every couple of hours. Thank you for following, Tom Meyer. I appreciate that. I do need the follows. So I'm just going to start drawing from right to left because I'm left-handed. And I rethink everything as I draw. I haven't quite figured out how Bernie's jacket's going to work here. He needs the arm up wrinkles. If you wonder what I'm doing over here to the right, I have a little piece of sandpaper over to the right that I use to get my chisel points on my pencils the way I like them. So did I lose everybody online when I took that time off? I'm not seeing any number count. Oh, here's a comment on YouTube. Do you ever vote for the most cartoonable candidate rather than one you think would do a better job? You know, I don't. And likewise, I don't do the cheap gags bashing people if I'm not inclined to bash them. Which you might take note of regarding Donald Trump this year, because I have been unusually light in my Donald Trump criticism, just because I'm just thinking that those other Republicans are so much worse that people don't take Donald Trump in perspective with his colleagues. Donald Trump needs to get better credit for not being as much of a religious nut as his Republican competitors. which is the big thing that worries me. So Dawifa writes, "You're brave mixing live chat and politics. Have you banned a lot of people?" I think I banned 3 or 4. But they didn't want to argue about politics. They just wanted to say 4-letter words for no particular political reason that I can discern. So no, I haven't been having much political chat issue here. In fact, I notice, different from my email inbox, which is full of people who disagree with me, is Twitch has more of a how-to attitude. More like aspiring cartoonists or people that are more interested in asking questions about drawing than arguing politics, which is something I hadn't really considered, but it is very much a different audience than the Kaggle.com audience that has people coming and just looking at cartoons for content, editorial cartoons for content. Switch camera, please. Oh, boy, I certainly did that. Sorry about that, and thank you for letting me know, Dawifa. I have too many things on my mind, so if you notice me missing something, thank you for speaking up. Because I will miss things. Okay. And thank you, Psi Matrix, for letting me know as well. Psi Matrix, who is my computer genius who makes Kaggle.com run, was beeping me on my phone to change cameras. So, thank you for that, Psi. Part of the problem, you know, is that I'm delayed by 2 or 3 minutes. When you hear me talking, it's what I said 2 or 3 minutes ago. But I do get your chat in real time, so I get it in real time, I respond to it in real time, and you don't see it for 2 or 3, hear it for 2 or 3 minutes. So awkward. I do get a lot of comments here from people who think that I should draw faster. Oh, that was BBC. Chris Christie has just dropped out of the race. As he should have, I think. BBC alerts on my phone. That's what you just heard. So much for Chris Christie. I didn't care much for drawing Chris Christie. So just as well. He strikes me as an angry guy. Oh, Matrix is telling me that Fiorina also dropped out. I missed that. Was that just a few minutes ago? I would say that my two least favorite candidates in the presidential race were Fiorina and Huckabee. And so it is nice to see them both drop out. Ted Cruz, you might think that I would think Ted Cruz is just god-awful monster, but he's fun to draw and he amuses me. And I like how he speaks. He's really quite clever, and he comes out with stuff on the fly that I enjoy. So politically, I would think he was awful, but as a cartoonist, I do enjoy him. Donald Trump is great for me as a cartoonist as well, but he is so tangibly better than Cruz that I have purposefully decided not to be too mean to him, unlike the other cartoonists who draw him as Hitler and stuff. Matrix says Carson is probably next. That would be interesting. Although, when a bunch of people drop out, it looks a little nominally better for the ones who have not yet dropped out. So perhaps things are brighter for Carson. Anyway, I think I'm safe with today's cartoon with Bernie and Hillary. So one problem I have in here is that my room has big windows, and as the light changes through the day, so too do the settings for my cameras need to change. I haven't quite figured out how to deal with that issue without clumsily saying re-switching the stream. Give me a minute. This will be 3 streams. This being part 2 of 3, and it will be finishing this line art, and then part 3 of 3 will be the color in Photoshop. So, Kid Scoop News. When drawing random people such as this cartoon's crowd scene, do you use reference or just make up the faces from your imagination? I make them up. I only use reference when I have something that's gonna be wrong if I don't draw it precisely that way. So I use reference for Hillary and Bernie's faces and for this Corinthian column. I could have looked up what Cupids look like, but Cupid came out of my head. Well, thank you for the question, Kid Scoop News. I'm sorry I missed you there because you're on YouTube. Kid Scoop News writes, speaking of candidates dropping out, have you ever been midway through a cartoon or just finished one and breaking news renders it obsolete? Oh, yes! Not an infrequent occurrence. Also, sometimes I'll do a wonderful drawing and
big news story will come on. And then my nice cartoon is worthless because nobody wants that cartoon. They all want the big news story. I'm forgetting just what the cartoon was, but not long ago when they had that Bataclan terrorist attack in Paris, I had just done a excellent Donald Trump cartoon. Oh, it was Donald Trump immigration cartoon. I drew him with Pepe Gonzalez as a Warner Brothers Looney Tunes cartoon. And I don't think that cartoon got printed at all because everybody was talking about the terror stuff in Paris, and Donald Trump and immigration just got lost. But I quite liked that cartoon. I think it got printed nowhere, and it was kind of provocative. I'll show it to you. Yeah, see, you ask a question, you get such a good answer. Let's bring that up. So I'm going to go to politicalcartoons.com. I'll show you this cartoon that I thought was good, but nobody ever printed it, I think, because MP, let's look for Daryl and search was this one. This cartoon. Donald Trump with 3 Sylvesters and Pepe Gonzalez calling him a nasty word in Spanish, pendejo. I liked that cartoon. Nobody printed it because it was on my drawing board getting finished right at the time the Paris attacks started taking over the news. So a critical of Donald Trump cartoon that nobody sees. And there you see it a little bit bigger. Anyway, enough of that. You asked a question about a cartoon that overtaken by the news, and there you go. Some news is so loud it drowns out all the other news, and there's no point drawing anything else because it's just not going to get printed. Happens alarmingly frequently. So folks, please do follow. I appreciate the follows. I need the follows. There's 33 of you here. That's enough of you to have some people that need a follow. Yeah, Kid Scoop News, I gave you an extra good answer to that one, huh? And a good cartoon that nobody saw. I couldn't even plug it on my own site because we had to devote the site to the Paris attacks. That cartoon got ignored everywhere, including from me. Okay, back to Bernie's face. And, again, in case you're wondering, here's Bernie. That's what I'm looking at the screen in front of me. Have I drawn cartoons about TPP or TTIP? Right, Sprudel. Well, tell me more, Sprudel. What is the TTP, TTIP of which you speak? Or I suspect it's a Euro thing. Kid Scoop News writes, I'd save the Speedy Gonzales cartoon. Long campaign and Trump is sure to go there again sooner or later. Well, it's there. But, it's a process. That cartoon has already been delivered. And people want fresh for the next one. So I think that cartoon has just suffered from unfortunate timing. Donald Trump got off easy on that one because I haven't drawn much criticism of Donald Trump. That was a critical Donald Trump cartoon. And I liked that cartoon. So sometimes I'm quite frustrated by things not getting reprinted. Trade partnerships deals. TTIP is the European version. We're having a lot of discussion here about the Asian trade deal. I forget the acronym for that. But I'm not really familiar with the European trade deal. I can tell you that foreign trade is quite the hassle for me in my little syndicate business. The tax rules and the filing requirements, really a pain in the butt. So folks, you 32 folks that are watching, please do follow me. I need the follows. Those follows have dried up. No follow for a half an hour. Sprudel writes, in Germany, for example, they're taking extreme measures to keep the contents of it secret. Well, bastards. That's one of Donald Trump's big talking points. He loves to talk about how bad the trade deals are. You should see the tax forms I have to do for the foreign cartoonists in our group. Just bloody hell. And it costs as much to fill out the forms as it does in tax that's getting withheld. And the cartoonists just are incensed. You're taking American taxes out of my money. I don't want to pay American taxes. I don't like America. I'm sorry, cartoonist, but I must follow the law. To which angry banter follows. Okay, Barney. Oh, Pigeon Schilt. I'm glad you love this Pigeon Schilt. Have you followed me? Because I need the follows. I suspect many of you watch without committing to follow. And think about how terrible that is for a minute. That's just terrible. Oh, thank you, Pigeon. Oh, you did just now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to have to draw Bernie's face, aren't I? I've been kind of procrastinating that. You can tell the way that I draw. I need to go from right to left just because I'm left-handed, but I procrastinate as much as I can. Okay, Bernie. In case you're wondering, I've got a big glass of pencils over here. My tech genius, Psi Matrix, has talked me into sharpening all of my pencils when I'm not live streaming. One of the many new skills I have to learn from this streaming experience. Don't sharpen your pencils. I also used to watch talking heads on TV all day long as I drew. And I feel like I'm a bit detached from some of the news by doing this drawing without the sound on. Well, without the sound on the TV. Pigeon loves Bernie. That's nice. All right, Bernie. Bernie has this interesting nose that is the anchor for his face. And people think of his hair and top of his head as the anchor, but it is not. It is his interesting nose. And the nose is asymmetrical and kind of odd, and thinner from the front than it is from the side. And you can't really draw it the way it looks because you got to get the feel of it rather than the actuality of it. Let's see if I like that for a while. These lines that come down from your nose to the sides of your mouth are called pillars. Cartoonists put a lot of stock into pillars. We think a lot about pillars. So anyway, thank you again, Pigeon, for following. I appreciate it. Got his nose looking a little funky here, but it has a sense of kind of being right. So I'm not sure I want to muck with it. He does get this interesting lower lip stuff going on. That is fun. I enjoy the lower lip. Jazzy606 writes, did drawing come to you naturally or did you really have to work at it? I'm afraid you really have to work at it, Jazzy. I've just been drawing for years and years, and you know, I find that most of my cartoonist colleagues have a kind of a similar background of getting into this, which is we all collected comic books and drew superheroes. And I think that's true of guys my age, but I don't think it's true of kids getting into cartooning these days, because where when I was a kid we collected comic books, now kids don't do that. They play games. And you're not sitting drawing all the time when you're a gamer. So a lot of those many hours spent behind a pencil are just not something that happens with kids these days. Yeah, Bernie is fun. I like Bernie. Alright, I've got to get his left eye right. What is... his left eye is bigger than the right eye. Oh, so Pigeon, you do collect comics and spend all your time drawing. Good. That's what you need to do. And I find that it doesn't really matter what you draw. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's fine for you to be drawing comics, because that'll help you to draw absolutely anything. Naked people in spandex is your door to drawing anything in the world. Dawifa writes, did you meet Jim Henson? If so, any stories? Well, I worked for the Muppets from about 1978 through about 1993. And I was right out of college in 78. I moved to Manhattan to seek my fortune as an illustrator. And in those days, there were no fax machines. There was no Federal Express. I think my Bernie's looking kind of good. And so to be a credible illustrator, you had to live in Manhattan. And so I moved to Manhattan, and I started carrying my portfolio around to places in 1978. And I did a whole bunch of beginning illustrator kind of work. Did a lot of work for Scholastic. I did books. And pretty quick there, the Muppets picked me up as a favored Muppet illustrator, and they actually kept me fully booked doing Pigs and Frogs and Sesame Street for about 15 years. They actually had somebody there whose responsibility it was to make sure that Daryl did not sit idle, that he always had some Muppets to draw. So I was a freelancer working at home, but they booked every hour, which was just wonderful. I bought a house in Connecticut. And the Muppets were great. And the whole reason was that Jim Henson liked the way I drew Muppets. And I would see him once in a while because I'd go into the townhouse. And he always had a kind, generic thing to say. Oh, hello, Daryl. Love the way you draw those Muppets. Lots of action. And they would invite me to something like the Christmas party, and Jim Henson was there, and he would come over and say, nice to see you, Daryl. Love the way you draw those Muppets. And that was pretty much the only conversation I ever had with him, which was exchanging pleasantries. He would say, love what you're doing, Daryl. And I would say, oh, Mr. Henson, I'm such a fan. You're so wonderful. Thank you for everything. And he'd say, ooh, 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 ooh. So, I don't have any other Jim Henson stories than that. That was the complete story of my relationship with Jim Henson. There was a fellow at the Muppets named Michael Frith in those days, who used to work with Dr. Seuss, and he is just absolutely brilliant. He was their creative director through the 80s, and I was very impressed with him. And he was in charge of all of the projects that I would have been working on, since he was the creative director. And then there were art directors under him that I also worked with. And everybody at the Muppets were just charming and delightful. Wonderful 15 years. Made my career for me. I think I've got Bernie looking good here. So, Pigeon writes that he draws little comics about monsters. Well, I say he. I don't know. Your name is in pink. And kids have their own individual monster who follows them everywhere. Oh, very good. Kind of a Monsters, Inc. thing. Bunny. kind of pleased with my Bernie. I think he's looking okay. You can see that I'm not actually tracing, I'm actually redrawing everything. Quite a few of you here are online. I mean, quite a few people online here. I think 30 some. What have I got on? What? 4 people on YouTube. That's a good batch. You guys should be talking more. And thank you for your helpful advice, Theo. I would be lost without psi matrix here. Hello, Wonderboy 420. Well, I've got too much work in his hair so that it's not looking gray enough. So I've got to take something out. Gray it up. Okay. So, psi matrix, old buddy, I don't understand that about lurking. Hello, TizBeast111. Nice to see you here again. I do remember you, but you have to remind me who you are. Remembering people from their screen names is not yet a strength of mine. Thank you, TizBeast. Hey, Funky Monkey! Nice to see you back, Funky Monkey. So today's cartoon is a Valentine's Day cartoon. And it is about Bernie being more popular with young female voters than Hillary, much more so. And Hillary and her angry old feminist supporters like Gloria Steinem and Madeleine Albright find this behavior among the young ladies to be very disappointing and annoying. Funky Monkey writes, "How are you? I'm doing great, Funky. I'm starting to get the hang of the streaming, and I do appreciate Twitch. I like the whole idea of this. I'm hoping to make it work. It's a journey. TizBeast, the kid from England. Very good. Yes, I do remember you, 'Tis Beast. All right, more drawing all this crowd of girls. This is actually quite an ambitious cartoon for all these characters and caricatures that I've got in it. I usually like to draw cartoons that just have one or two little characters in them, and there's kind of a general rule in cartooning that if the cartoon is complex and you put a lot of stuff in it, like I was complaining earlier about crowd scenes, then the cartoon is lousy. Simpler cartoons are better. And that's something I was never able to successfully explain to art directors during my years as an illustrator, because they don't approach the cartoon as what's better. They approach it as, does it meet this list of needs that I have from the committee? No, you can't talk to the committee. The committee already decided what they want. It's tough to be an illustrator. One thing that is so lovely about what I do is I've developed this this little syndicate business that allows me to draw what I want when I want. Although drawing it when I want is starting to be a question now if I need to schedule for Twitch.
Deweefa writes, if Hillary was singing a song as she stands there, what would she be singing? I don't know what to tell you. This is a Valentine, and I'm not a music guy. Tisbeast writes, am I spamming? Why do you ask that? You seem to be a polite young man. Deweefa writes a 70s song all by myself? Oh, that's sad. So just so you know, this stuff does take a while, and I'm gonna be here probably another 2.5 hours working on this pup. Tisbeast writes, thank you, you're a very nice person with awesome talent. Oh, thank you. Funky Monkey writes, I have to go to bed. Just want to drop in and say hi. I might pop in later on my iPad. Thank you, Funky Monkey. I appreciate your coming by. I don't think I like that girl's face. I think she needs different bottom half of the mouth.
See you later, Funky Monkey. Oh, Moonja619, thank you so much for following. I do appreciate it. Tis Beast writes, when are you next streaming? I haven't got the next stream planned because I'm going away for the weekend. But I'm going to try to keep a better and more regular schedule going forward. And you should be able to see my schedule on kegel.com when it is finalized on the front page. But for now, the plan is going forward after this weekend when I'm away that I should be drawing Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at noon at the least. Tisbeast writes, why does chat have a delay for you? And sorry for spelling. I'm 9. You're 9 years old, Tisbeast? That's funny. Chat doesn't have a delay for me, but you have a delay in hearing my voice response. So I see the chat right away, but you don't hear me respond to the chat for a couple of minutes because of just the process that it takes for the stream to wind its way through the internet from me to you through Twitch. I'm not sure I like her. I'm going to leave her there for a little bit while I work on something else. Okay. Oh, our audience is dwindling. I'll try to pick up the pace here. Too many people in Europe going to sleep, I suspect. Now it has no delays, says Tisbeast. I'm not sure what to suggest for you, Tisbeast. I do see as I'm looking here that doesn't look like too bad a delay. Probably more like 20 or 30 seconds. 10:51 in England. Excellent time to be watching drawings. Oh, Z Human, thank you so much for following, Z Human. And Moonjet619, thank you again. I don't think I should worry too much about taking too much time for this, because I look at some of these other people on Twitch Creative, and it's like they just turn on the camera and it's all day, every day, which is fine. And I treat it more as finish a discrete drawing in each session. I like to have a beginning, middle, and end. We got school tomorrow, tis beast. Oh, look how her hand is on completely backwards. It's because I wasn't thinking as I drew this. I did this hand as holding the camera. So this hand has to go this direction. Tisby, oh yes, tell everybody, get everybody watching my stream. I need more people watching the stream, so thank you. Sorry for spam? Yes, no spam. Everything's good. By and large, people here are quite polite. Alright, her phone. Gonna go there, cover up that awkward thumb. We've got 33 people watching. That's nice. You need to be more vocal, folks. Give me some chat. See you later, PSI Matrix. Tisbeast writes, do you have Twitter? Yes. Nightbox just posted my Twitter at dkagel. Oh, and Psy Matrix, please change the widest syndicated editorial cartoonist to the most widely syndicated editorial cartoonist. I am wide, but I'm not sure I should proclaim my width. So, most widely syndicated. Yeah, this gal's nose is wrong. That's better. I'm not as good with Twitter as I should be. Although I did post a recent cartoon. Oh, back over on YouTube, which I need to watch as well. Mark Robinson writes, I tried using very dark pencil instead of pen and ink, but I wasn't satisfied with the end result. It looks great when you do it, though. Well, you have to draw hard. And I naturally draw hard, so it's not an issue, but lots of people don't have that natural proclivity. They like to draw soft, the soft gray lines from the pencil, which do not work. Kidscoop News writes, Bernie looks perfect, not sure if I like his wild hair or the way you drew his mouth best. Oh, well, perfection. Excuse me. When these girls get done, I need to move Cupid to be a little different position. Jazzy606 writes, what's one thing you would say someone who is just starting to get into drawing should try to get down to improve? Well, there are some things that people look for. Most important thing, I think, is value your work highly and present it in a professional way. And then look for those tells that you know people use to quickly judge you. And try to avoid doing some of those amateur tells. So don't use a computer font with your cartoons, and don't avoid drawing hands and feet. One surefire way to spot a aspiring cartoonist is he doing the pocket hand tricks and hiding hands in pockets or behind backs, avoiding drawing hands, drawing feet poorly, or avoiding drawing feet. Focus on those things that in art school you gotta get right. And then love drawing and prove it by spending time with your drawing. Another thing that amateurs do a lot is they don't spend much time on their drawings. They zip through real fast. And you should love what you're doing enough to want to spend time with it. So those are leading tells. Tisbeast writes, what's the hard part about drawing? Many things are harder to draw than others. I don't know that there's a particular hard part. Different people like different things. You'll notice that some things are harder for me and they just take longer. No particular hard part. Interesting though, the chat that I get here is how-to chat about how to draw, rather than people complaining about the politics. So quite a different audience here on Twitch. Very much the how-to aspiring artist audience. Tisbeast writes, I like in the background there's a kid angle that's sticking out his tongue. Oh, that's Cupid. He's given the raspberry to Hillary. That's the gag here. A kid. This is Valentine's Day here. Cartoon Man writes, when I was a little kid, they showed an artist drawing Mickey Mouse on Wonderful World of Disney. The artist drew him really, really fast. For years, I couldn't understand why I couldn't draw that fast, no matter how much I tried. Saw the footage again a few years ago and realized it was sped up footage. Actually, I think the videos of my doing this stuff are better when you watch them at 1.5 speed. We can afford to be sped up. I listen to my podcasts at 1.5 speed. The Talking Heads pundits are better when they're sped up as well. So many details, so many girls. Tisbeast writes, where are the other 35 views? Let's see what I got. I've got 27 people on Twitch and 3 people on YouTube, so I've got 30. One of them is probably me watching myself. Ibarra, you're lurking. Kibara, be sure to follow me. I need the follows. Even if you're just lurking. Alright, there's her hand holding her cell phone. Oh, thank you, Kibara. Clueless male is multitasking. Well, you know, this is kind of a good thing to have on while you're multitasking. I would like to have a lot of my favorite cartoonists do this, and I would leave a window open on their drawing board all day long. It'd be lovely to have a view of the drawing boards of your favorite cartoonists, wouldn't it? Okay. I think I need to do a little work on Bernie's Corinthian column. Ibarra writes, debating starting streaming myself, but people are in a meeting in the same room, so it might not be a good idea. Her neck is not looking good. Give her a little bit more thoughtful jawline. That's better. So although I'm making all this up, I do think of things like, composition and light source and all of that stuff as I go along. I'm thinking of my reference points to anatomy as I'm drawing these characters, making sure their proportions are right. Clueless Male writes, I work from home, so I almost always Twitch open to someone unless I'm presenting a WebEx. Okay. I've got to do this Corinthian column, don't I? Okay, Corinthian column. Oh, and thank you for following Tisbeast, and also Soft Top. Thank you both. I appreciate that. So, just in case you're wondering, this is the scene that I'm looking at on my monitor to do Bernie's Corinthian column. Yes, those guys on YouTube. What the heck are they doing over there? Okay,
funny. Yes, I use reference. So, sorry to sit quiet. You know, it's not natural to chat all the time while I draw. I'm used to sitting quietly. Cartoon Man writes, when political cartoonists get together, do they tend to talk about the process of cartooning or more about current events and politics? Well, it depends on the get-together. But I would say they talk more about process. They talk more about business issues. At least with me, they do. Okay, Corinthian columns. Well, I need a little more crosshatch in that. I can procrastinate a little bit more on my Corinthian columns. So, Mr. Sanders has real people liking him, but Clinton has super delegates loving her. Well, it's true. It's going to be hard to get past those super delegates. They could just rewrite the rules to the convention if Bernie wins. If Hillary is self-destructing. Could happen. They could yank it away from him. That would make people plenty mad.
All right, Corinthian column. Tisbeast writes, do you watch football or you call soccer? I do not. I have no interest in soccer. Sorry about that. I know that's a harsh thing to say to a kid in England. There. Well, nice to not offend you there. Tisbeast. Corinthian column. That's too far to the left. Yeah, time for you to go to bed, Tisbeast. This late night show is just too late. Good night. Come back next time. Thank you for following. Thank you for the kind words, Tisbeast. You can see how hard I draw on this hard pencil. Bites and chips. Yenny, JB, thank you for following. I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. This silly Corinthian column. I'm not sure it looks like anything. Looks like the photo scrap. Doefa writes, do you use anything besides a post-it note to capture cartoon ideas that come to mind? I use a voice recorder, great to use while driving or doing other things where I can't write it down. I draw on a napkin when I go out to eat sometimes. But no, I have not established a good regimen for cartoon ideas. No notebook. As many cartoonists do notebooks, I know. But I have never developed that regimen. Drawing tennis shoes here. I've thought about doing a short video on how to draw feet. I did one on how to draw hands. People worry more about their hands. Cartoon Man, is there going to be a caption on this one? No caption and no labels. You see all you need to see. I try to avoid captions and labels wherever I can. There's kind of poetry to editorial cartooning if you can avoid the words. A cartoon with no words is worth more than a wordy cartoon. So I strive to do the cartoons that have no words. Oh, good. You like not having a caption, huh? Captions are for sissies. And as you can imagine, I'm still going to be here quite a bit longer. This one is a complex one. It'll take a while. So my last follower is Yenny B. And I need another one. So if you haven't followed, please follow. Deweefa writes, is the term sissy outdated as it sounds rather girly man and could offend some groups? Maybe so. I haven't put any thought into that. Should I discontinue the use of that offensive term, particularly as I'm drawing young women? One thing's kind of interesting about cartooning is that you typically draw a lot more men than you draw women. And cartoonists are criticized for that. But you know, if you draw a man, nobody asks, why'd you make him a man? If you draw a woman, people do ask, why did you make her a woman? What are you saying about women by drawing her? And so unless you want to make a statement about a woman, typically you're safer not drawing a woman, which ends up meaning that there are fewer cartoons with women in them. Not the effect I think cartoonists want when they make that choice. Deweefa writes, I'm not the word police. When you said it, it just struck me funny and I wanted to see what you would say. Okay. Now, this young lady is also holding her cell phone. He's on his pedestal. His Corinthian pedestal. Deweefa writes, glad to see you put in the cell phones for selfies. When you took the suggestion, it made my day. Ah, well, that was an excellent suggestion. And so I owe all of these cell phones to you, Deweefa. You know, there is more pressure in drawing live and having people watch everything and having all my mistakes on display. I do make lots of mistakes. So here, I've been drawing for an hour and a half since I started this part 2 of the stream after drawing 2 hours to do the rough sketch. Oh, let's use that again. So this one is quite the ambitious cartoon. But I don't think it's unreasonable that a cartoon should take all day. Of course a cartoon should take all day. This cartoon is in that it has more work and thought in it, and I'm spinning it around more than I do on a usual cartoon. I'm getting more dirty fingerprints on it than usual too. Deweefa writes, what types of topics did you foresee people chatting with you about before you started the live drawings? I thought the chat would be more like my email box, which is not at all a how-to kind of thing, but more discussion of the politics. You liberal bastard. You Obama lover. I think I'm going to have to move up and do Cupid now. Just moving that far to the left. Next thing on the list. Okay. This one needs a little afternoon. Cartoon Man writes, who do you think will ultimately be the DNC and RNC candidates? I don't know. That's what makes this process interesting, huh? That we don't know. I think there's a good chance that we could end up with something strange going on. Brokered conventions. So I just don't know what to tell you. So Michael Bloomberg says he's going to run if Bernie is nominated, huh? That would be interesting. I kind of like Michael Bloomberg. All right, Cupid. Oh, tearing everything up. Where should Cupid go? Cupid goes... Is that much up? Is that all Cupid needs? A little bit up more. I'm going to have to break out the kneaded eraser because this is getting kind of dirty. I usually don't work this dirty. But lots of overworking today with too many characters and a caricature. I'm just getting dirty. I'm going to clean it up. Weefa writes, do I own originals from other cartoonists? Oh yes, cartoonists trade and I buy art from other cartoonists. So, yeah, that's something you do when you're a cartoonist. Fill the house with other people's cartoons. Boy, my hand is dirty. Adding a little more ill-defined feet and things in the background, because we know there's more stuff going on back there. I just have not yet dealt with it. There. All right, Cupid. His tongue needs to be funnier than it is. So let's get to that. Well, okay, Cupid. Let's see if I like that. I'm not quite sure I do. Hair's looking kind of silly. I don't think that's going to last. Maybe a snarky smile on Cupid. Remember, he's doing this. So, do you smile while you do that? Not sure. A little more Cupidy. Going with your smile suggestion here, Dawifa. I think that is better. Hello, Cymatrix. Nice to see you back. I miss you when you're gone. So he's saying to Hillary. Okay. Look how I've run down the pencils. A lot fewer pencils here than when I started. Note that I've been sharpening in advance. This little Cupid hand. The Phoebe writes, now this is pro. Oh, and you followed. Thank you, the Phoebe. That was very nice of you. I do appreciate the follows. Cupid's looking kind of funny. I'm not dissatisfied with Cupid. Bottom lip's a little wrong. Fix that. Oh, I use up my erasers, and I get all these pencils with no erasers, one after the other. I should throw away the yellow pencil when I've used up the pink eraser, but I don't, because I think, well, the rest of this pencil is perfectly good. Then it's just trouble because it has no eraser. Oh, the Phoebe! I'm getting filled in on how you're an excellent pro artist. And so I do appreciate your stopping in. I'm new to Twitch, and just getting used to the regimen of all of this, which is a very different culture. And a little bit scary, I think, to put live work out there. So I admire what you do. You're a pioneer. There's this little pooty foot. Are you guys bothered by this blue overlay? I'm getting a couple comments about that. I put it there so that it reduces the green screen issues on my head, and I figured you're not looking at anything here because nothing ever happens here. This is where my hand goes. But I could eliminate it if you want. Like that. I'm not sure that's better. I think I like it better with the blue slop there. Gives a little sense of anchoring the thing on the left. The Phoebe writes, pretty sure I could watch you do this all day and not have to draw myself. I'm getting the same satisfaction. Ah! Thank you, the Phoebe. Yes, I very much like the idea of Twitch Creative and the idea of looking in on people's drawing tables. It would be great if lots of top cartoonists would do this, and I'm just the only editorial cartoonist I think that is even trying this. But it's new, you know, and it requires some shaking up of old notions. Gotta be willing to put yourself out there and make some mistakes and let everybody see. Well, thank you, Dawifa. Dawifa is fine with the blue on the left. Doesn't really cover anything up. You can still see the stuff through there. I could lighten it up if it's bothering you. I'm getting some comments on the blue. There, the blue is lighter. Is that better? Let's see through it better. slider. I'm still changing things a little bit each time as I get more used to this stuff and figure things out. The Phoebe writes, I think the overlay is great. The meat of the project is in the clear area and we can still see what's happening behind. You could also graduate it to more transparent as it grows up. I think since I've got the comments and the stats and things in my head over there on the left, that it needs... oh, it looks like my camera for my head has frozen. That's bad. To think about how to deal with that. Give this a try. Oh, I think that worked. I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and then I lost all of my camera settings, didn't I? It makes me look too washed out. Yeah, it is. OBS is not Mac friendly, and let me fix my camera settings. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to get a little better at these things. Show panel. Brightness down. Oop, nope, well, that's the wrong camera. Brightness down. Oh, there I am. I've come back. Okay, I think we're good. There, just my settings. Thank you, the Phoebe. It sounds like the Phoebe that you have gotten comfortable with all these things that happen, whereas I'm still encountering them for the first time. So I apologize for my awkwardness. Excelsior. Psi Matrix sounds like you're a Marvel guy. I was more of a DC kid. Alright, he needs wings, and I didn't leave much room for his wings because his razzing is where his wings should go. See if that works. Is he still razzing well enough through the wing? I see no good reason for a camera to freeze. What the hell? Why would the camera freeze? We're working fine for hours. Cartoon Man writes, do you ever sneak in caricatures of people you know in crowd scenes? I have done that.
The Phoebe writes, I keep hearing good, bad stuff about DH. I don't know DH. DH. Okay, the back of his, the little feathery back of his arrow didn't work the way I drew it. And must be rethought. The arm could have a little bit of shade. This has to come back. That looks a little better. DH, Dark Horse. Oh. You know, I'm an old bastard. I was out of comics before Dark Horse even started. I tell my son I had every X-Men comic. And I did. And then I had a fire and the house burned down and all my comics burned down. I should tell him I had more exotic things than I actually had. Because there's no disproving it. Dawifa writes, who is my favorite superhero? Oh, I like the Silver Surfer. I like the John Buscema Silver Surfer. You know, I appreciate Jack Kirby. And I know he's the big star, but I was just a big John Buscema fan. I loved the way he drew. Not a lot of room for Hillary here. She could be up a little. Well, we'll put a foot in her head. That's kind of funny. I don't think I want to do that. It's kind of funny. She could come down and be a little bit in the foreground. What do I want to do with her? I'm running out of room at the edge of my drawing. I think we should go there. Put her there. So yes, I like the John Buscema Silver Surfer. I think he doesn't get the credit he deserves in the Marvel Universe. Big Buscema fan. The Phoebe writes, you likely get asked this a lot. Is that Duralar you're drawing as? Yes, Duraline. Forget the names of the others that are similar, but it's not tracing paper. It seems to. No, it's a vellum, and it's a plastic vellum. So I can't get too nasty on it. It stands up to anything. And yes, Duraline from Seth Cole. And I love Duraline because it has this wonderful grippy texture for the pencil line that allows me to do this hard pencil line that looks like ink and really isn't ink, so that I have the freedom and the comfort of not having to commit to ink. And then I will just scan this at high contrast. It'll look like ink and everybody will say, but Daryl, I thought you drew in ink. And I do not. I think the Phoebe sounds like you've got, you sound like you're quite the pro. You've got all this stuff figured out. I've never had anybody look at my feed on here and say, is that Duraline you're using? It absolutely is. And that's kind of impressive. All right, Hillary. Just in case you're wondering, this is what I'm looking at on the screen in front of me. I'm looking at Hillary. Oh, it looks like the camera's moving around. Put that back. The Phoebe writes, I'll have to find that. Not familiar with it. Love drawing on Duralar. If it's anything like that, I'm excited to try it. I think, is Duralar the white vellum instead of the clear vellum? But I think it's the same outfit. It might be the same stuff. I like the clear because I want to look at my drawing behind it, and the white stuff is pretty opaque, although it's also lovely stuff to draw on. But I find that when you put a piece of white paper behind the clear duraline, that it looks just lovely as original art. I'll come in and clean up these little fingerprints with a kneaded eraser, and this will be a great piece of original art. All right, Hillary. Oh, and thank you for following the feed. I appreciate that. Yenny JB writes, they have vellum in many different colors as well as just different opacity versions of white. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Well, I do just love the surface quality, and I love that it's so sturdy. You saw how I was breaking through the paper when I was doing the rough sketch. Never happens with Duraline. This stuff is serious. It's indestructible. Cartoon Man writes, are your originals ever made available for sale? Yeah, I'll sell the originals. I sell them every so often. So Yenny JB, are you drawing on Duraline too? There, she's got some consternation going on. I'm happy with that. That's good. Good. Oh, not looking enough at YouTube. Kid Scoop News writes, Bernie looks perfect. Not sure if I like his wild hair or the way you drew his mouth best. Well, what you gotta do? Yenny GB writes, I used to, using the vellum back when I had time to draw in college, I'd mostly use it while doing gesture drawings or multi-layer perspective pieces. Well, they claim that it's archive quality and it's supposed to last forever. And to my experience, it does seem to last. I like the idea of stuff being archive quality, last forever, indestructible. Alright, I'm not sure if I like this Hillary. I'm going to leave her there for a few minutes and see how she percolates on me. Ubi Games writes, how long have you been drawing? Oh, I started drawing when I was a little kid. As most cartoonists do. think I don't like her nose. Psi Matrix writes, does the Duraline take shading well or just hard line pencil? Yes, if I drew in a lighter pencil and I wanted to do shading on it, it would deal with that fine. But I think if I wanted to do that, I would choose a different kind of paper. Probably draw on a Bristol or something. So I think this is well suited to the particular thing that I'm doing with it. And perhaps different materials for different things. I wouldn't paint on Duraline, and I think of it only for line art. But it makes a nice original for line art. Judas Mata, thank you for the nice, kind words, Judas Mata. You must follow me. Oh, and thank you, Ubi Games. Got another nice follow from Ubi Games. I appreciate that. Oh, we've got 92 people watching. They must have put me back in the top spot. Psi Matrix, can you take a look? Am I back in the top spot? Is that why we have 96 people watching? I'm not happy with her nose yet, so let's think about her nose again. Oh, I'm on the Jumbotron. Good. Dawifa writes, if a cartoonist wanted to be syndicated by you, how would they start the process? Well, you can always submit samples. I can tell you that the problem with syndication is it doesn't pay much. And everybody wants to do it because that's how you get to have your cartoons be a part of the public debate. So even if you've got a little client somewhere, or even a big client somewhere, it's your cartoons in syndication that people are going to see around the country and around the world. And people do this because they want to have a voice in the public debate. That's what makes it fun. That's why you choose to do an underpaid profession where everybody just gets mad at you. And the people who like what you do tend to stay silent. So, understandably, there are a lot of people who want to do this who there's just not enough space in the profession. And the clients we have are not asking for more content because there are already plenty of cartoonists vying for that one spot on the page every day. So it's tough. And the biggest problem we have when we take on someone who's new, who's unfamiliar with syndication, and who is not familiar with our lousy business, is that they may quit, and that's embarrassing for us. So that's why syndicates like to have cartoonists who are working for newspapers, because they don't have to worry about them saying, hey, this syndication business is lousy, I'm going to quit, and you look like a fool for promoting me. I'll add to that the fact that the newspapers are not asking for more content. Makes it tough. That said, if it's what you want to do, you got to do it. And I can't imagine doing anything else because I love being part of the public debate. I think I've got the best job in the world. But you can see that I kind of jumped through some hoops to try to make this business work for me. I've been laid off from
newspapers that went out of business, and you just, in my case, my port in the storm is doing the syndicate instead of having a newspaper. Sign Matrix, can you make me... Oh, you made me the most widely syndicated editorial cartoonist. Excellent. Thank you for that change. I'm not sure I'm happy with my Hillary. I don't think I like her nose, and I don't think I like this eye. Oh, and thank you for the new follow, A Doodling Octopus. Thank you. I do appreciate the follows. I need follows. I am, to my knowledge, I'm the only streaming editorial cartoonist. And I'm eager to do a bit of proof of concept here. See if we can make this work. And if we can, I think we'll see some more editorial cartoonists try the streaming. It's nice when they put me on the Jumbotron. I appreciate that. Thank you, Twitch. Alright, I'm going to rethink her eyeballs. I'm going to rethink her nose and her eyeballs. So I'm not satisfied with either nose or eyeballs. You can probably hear I drop a lot of pencils on the floor. The floor is full of pencils. Alright, Hillary's eyeballs and nose. So just to recap, folks, this is Valentine's Day cartoon. And it's drawn because young women voters are in large numbers going to Bernie rather than Hillary, and Hillary's raison d'etre, her argument, is that she's wants to be the first woman president and how important that is, and she stands up for women's rights and all that, which I'm sure she does. But her young women are going to Bernie. And as I draw it, it's because Cupid's pointing them there. But that's just because it's pointing out the problem in a cartoon that works for Valentine's Day. Okay, Hillary's nose. I don't think I like that. I have to think a bit more about her nose. When I struggle with something, the answer is usually to make it cartoonier. So let's do that. Is that looking like her? A little bit. I think she's not looking very good, and I'm going to need to improve her. Let's erase the whole friggin' Hillary face and start her over. That's one thing that's nice about Duraline. I think I like her mouth. Duraline is very forgiving of the erasing. The worst problem I'll have is that I'll pick up pencil from underneath. You can see there's some pencil on the other side of this. Okay. Hillary has this history of very dark, heavy eyebrows. Almost a unibrow. Which she doesn't anymore. She has groomed her eyebrows. Anonymous writes, excuse me, sir, this be live or restream? This be live, sir. But I am a little bit delayed, so keep that in mind if I'm slow to respond to your comments here. Yep, this be live. You can see all of my struggles and errors in real time. I'm going to make her eyes bigger. It's kind of funny. He's looking unhappy. Nobody's going to wonder if that's Hillary, huh? I think I've got Hillary. So I keep dropping pencils on the floor. It's kind of funny. Oh, thank you, Geek Techio. I appreciate the follow. Also, Zakagna, thank you so much. All you folks that are watching me because of the Jumbotron, come on and follow me. You'll never find me again unless you follow me now. I'm not sure I want her to have that big earring. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of the big earring. That's just a little too silly. Live or restream? I hadn't really thought about that. Anyway, I do really appreciate all of these follows. You folks are very nice to follow. The number of followers is kind of the measure of proof of concept of whether this can work for editorial cartoonists. And I'm eager to prove the concept. It's going to be hard to get other cartoonists to do this, I think. I'd give it a try. But, you know, it takes a little bit of bravery to show all your errors. I certainly have lots of errors that I worry about showing. Zakagna writes, do you think that Trump will win the elections? Oh, you're Italian. I think it's looking pretty good for him right now. Possible that he'll win. Also possible that Hillary can implode and her email controversy could get worse. So things could work out for Trump and for Bernie. A little bad luck for Hillary. Hillary, as a cartoon character, is a nice cartoon character because people know all about her. You don't have to explain her. All of the stories are things that people know, which makes for a great cartoon character, because what you want to do with a cartoon character is character humor, where the character acting like you expect the character to act is rewarding. It's like the gag. It's like Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown. It took years for you to learn that Lucy's always going to pull away the football. And so then once you learn that, seeing her pull away the football is rewarding. Well, so it is with all kinds of character humor. And you know Hillary's character already. So all those years learning that Lucy's going to throw the football, going to pull away the football, all of that is in the bank with Hillary. We know all that stuff. So that's good. Judas Mata 1 writes, in the draw the angel try what Hillary fall in love with the grandpa? I'm not quite sure how to respond to that one. Fall in love with the grandpa. Aren't they the same age? All of this cartoon is a commentary on young women voters who are far and away favoring Bernie Sanders over Hillary Clinton at the same time that Hillary Clinton claims to be the voice of women. And we had some interesting quotes recently from Gloria Steinem and Madeleine Albright. Madeleine Albright saying there's a special place in hell for women who don't vote for Hillary. Gloria Steinem saying these young girls only like Bernie because they want to get dates. And there's more dates at the the Bernie rallies, completely dismissive of real misogynistic kind of statements. But that's the point, and the point is to draw a Valentine's Day cartoon because the editors are nuts for holidays. The Phoebe writes, face palms. Now I can't talk. Face palms. Face palms, is that like this? Face palm? Don't know face palm. Well, I'm getting close to finishing here. What happens when I finish here is that I'm going to take a 15-minute break and scan this, get it into Photoshop, and then color it. The 15-minute break is just because the process of sticking this in the scanner and assembling it in Photoshop, palm to face, is something that does not lend itself to my camera setup. And I need to break it up every couple of hours. If I'd been doing this for a couple of hours, look at this. 2 hours and 35 minutes on the final drawing, 2 hours on the rough sketch for this, and you saw it here. Oh, I didn't do the... This is kind of important to the gag. The foot, the sound from Cupid. Kind of necessary, huh? Otherwise, you don't know he's doing the raspberry. And thank you for the kind words to Phoebe. This is how you spell, right? Oh, and Geek Techio, thank you for following. I appreciate that. Do I like his wing? This is all the last stuff I'm going to do before I scan this. No more drawing once I scan it. So, am I happy with this? All right, I think I'm kind of there. That's where we are with it. This is going to be the final line art. And I'm going to scan it. And I'm going to come back in 15 minutes. Oh, in Italian it's P-R-R-R. Or poof. P, you need, I think I need a P at the beginning rather than a B. I don't know. Matrix writes that Bill Watterson used THBPB PTHPT. Okay. I don't have a good answer for that problem. It looks like there are multiple solutions available. Okay. This is. I think I'm going to scan this and come back in 15 minutes. So, I ask your indulgence to come back and wait for me, because I'm going to spend at least an hour and a half coloring this puppy. So, I'll bid you all goodbye. I'm going to scan it. I'm going to come back in 15 minutes and sit here for another hour and a half or 2 hours coloring this bad boy. And I think that's something you need to see. You can't have invested this much time in it and then just leave before you see the color. My goodness. So, thank you, folks. And I'm off and coming right back because I'm not really gone. So,
Okay, folks, I'm starting up here again, and I'm going to color this thing. So let me restart, and we will resume. So don't leave, just hang out for just a second as I restart this thing, and we'll be back on, and it should probably take another hour and a half to 2 hours to finish this monster. And my apologies for that. So this is where we are with this. This is my scan. And on top of my my Google Chrome, which I should put away. That away as well. It's a little bit neater. There we go. So Bunny, this is my I scanned this in 3 pieces because it's kind of big, and now it's looking as dirty as it genuinely is. And I will start cleaning it up, doing my regular housekeeping. So bump up the contrast. That looks a little better. I'm going to lose some light lines. I'm going to darken it just a skosh. Pick up my fingerprints a little bit, but not too much. Just give it a little more shot of contrast. I'm losing a little bit more light lines. Let's bring it back a little bit. And now let's give it another shot of contrast. Come on, Photoshop. Another shot of contrast. Very good. Thank you, Photoshop. Sometimes Photoshop likes to get a little bit crouchy. Oh, I forgot to sign it, didn't I? Better not forget that going forward. I also forgot to draw the body on this gal over here as part of the background, so I need to remember that. Note to self. I have a note to self here. Body. Sig. Don't forget body and sig. Note to self. Alright, we need a little more height. That looks like a good grab. Go with that. Copy, new, return, paste. Now let's make this image size 1000 dpi, width 8 inches. Constrain the height to 2.25. That's my editorial cartoon whole size. Okay. I'll let that resize. Douglas M. Granger writes, hello again. Just wanted to know if you watch the debates, how do you come up with your material usually? Well, today's cartoon is kind of obvious in that this weekend we have Valentine's Day, and you know the editors like cartoons about the holidays. And big feature news today is about how Hillary is losing the young women voters to Bernie Sanders, when she would expect that those young women voters would be her voters. So that's the reasoning behind this cartoon. It's an in the wake of Bernie's victory in New Hampshire cartoon. So I think we're looking okay. I've got a few little spaces where it looks like I was a little cruddy. Let's see if I can fix that. It's a little better. Do I have any other cruddy spots that need a clean? How about Bernie's hand over here?
that some brightness and some contrast, and that looks a little better. All right, now I'm going to go through all of this and just very methodically futz around and take off the hickeys. Image bitmap. Okay. Yes. Save. Okay. And thank you to all you 36 fine people who are sitting here patiently watching. Hello, Funky Monkey. You've come back. I thought you went to sleep. So I'm coming through and cleaning up the hickeys, which I find, although you think this pencil drawing is pretty dirty, I find that it's just as much trouble for me to clean up a clean ink drawing as it is dirty pencil drawing. Probably because people use what was I saying? Thinking about feathers here and talking wasn't mixing. People do rough sketches under their nice heavy ink lines, and that makes all the muck you have to clean out anyway. So I don't find that this is any worse than the ink, and also a lot of what I do is fix my little drawing errors that I'm not entirely happy with. So nice to see you back, Funky Monkey. So I'm just going through and cleaning up all the little things that I could have drawn a little bit better. All the little bits of muck and fingerprints and crud and stuff that should be a little better thought out. And this should take about, usually on a drawing I'll spend 15 minutes cleaning up the crud. There are lots of artists who don't clean up their crud. Funky Monkey writes, your YouTube with the latest video title mentions the Flint cartoon, but the thumbnail of this cartoon, just letting you know. You know, I find that, oh yes, YouTube. I haven't gone into YouTube to change the titles yet. And sometimes the last title gets stuck on the new cartoon, and this one has not been, I've not gone into YouTube and dealt with fixing stuff yet. So that sounds right. But I don't think people are looking at YouTube yet. The only people looking at me now are on Twitch. YouTube is just for storage. Because Twitch, for some reason, wants to delete my videos after they've been up for 2-3 weeks. And I want to have a good archive. That's a change that Twitch could make. That would be a very helpful change. Don't delete people's nice archives. Then I would have no reason to put the cartoons up on YouTube. I don't think she needs the second chin line. Oh, that's better. Yeah, I think I've got Hillary. Notice as much as I'm cleaning up hickeys here, I'm cleaning up sloppy parts on my drawing. I'd like a function in Photoshop that will take a single pixel and delete all the single pixels in a drawing. That would be a convenient function. If somebody knows how to do that, let me know. I would use that. Single unconnected pixels. Because you see how many of these hickeys I'm grabbing are single unconnected pixels. It would be nice to get them automatically. Anyway, about on schedule for this cleanup. 15 minutes to clean up the thing. Sounds like my typical cleanup. "29 people watching on Twitch. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate your watching. And please do follow. I do need the follows. Last follow was an hour ago. My goodness. That's a long time without a follow. Take a closer look at Cupid here. Do I like this upper lip business? Take a look at him without that line. No, I think that's better. I erased his hair a couple of times. Remember I was unhappy with the hair? That's why it's looking a little dirty here, because I didn't erase it as cleanly as I probably should have. Another thing I notice among the amateur cartoonists, they are not good about cleaning up their drawings. They leave all kinds of crud everywhere. Or they tend to be notable in rushing things, not putting much work into stuff, showing things messy, and having a poor presentation. So, a couple of you were asking earlier about what you could do to make your work more professional. Those are all the keys. I didn't like those shade lines under her nose. Let's just give her the little piggy nose. And it's all good. Funky Monkey writes, "You missed a comment above this one. Might have been too long to go on screen." Comment above this one. Well, what was the comment, Funky Monkey? Oh, Douglas M. Granger. You wrote above, "Hello again, just wanted to know if you watch the debates. How do you come up with your material usually?" Well, keep in mind that although I have a big blank piece of paper each day that I start on, I'm not really able to draw anything I want, because editors have a particular thing in mind that they want at every time, and that's what the talking heads are talking about on CNN and Fox News and MSNBC.com. Today they're still talking about the results of the New Hampshire primary, what's happening among the fallout of the results of the election so far, and about the New Hampshire results. Ask your question again, Douglas. Anyway, how do I pick my topics? I have to go with what the punditry topic of the day is, or the cartoon will not get reprinted. And today, Bernie stealing Hillary's natural electorate is on the minds of the pundits. And I've got the added benefit of doing a Valentine's Day metaphor, which is what the editors are going to want this weekend, particularly on Sunday. So when I post this cartoon on the site, probably tomorrow morning, Thursday, they're going to be starting to put together their Sunday papers. And so this one has good timing for Valentine's Day Sunday when it comes out in the syndicate tomorrow. Could be reprinted on a Friday, coming out on a Thursday, but likely, since what they do on Fridays is put together their Saturday and Sunday editorial pages, this is a Saturday Sunday cartoon. Okay, Douglas, you're right. Were you surprised by the young women vote on the Democratic side? I was not. I actually thought Hillary would lose by 30% in New Hampshire. Which she did, right? 30%. I'm not sure I fully understand the Bernie phenomenon. I know that my young son and daughter are very much Bernie Sanders people, and I get that. Oh, look at this error I made here. If I can pick that back just a little bit. That's better. That was piecing it together the scan error, where the scans didn't line up. Just in case you're wondering, because I have a cheap little $60 scanner that I use to scan all these things. Douglas writes, will you do a Kasich cartoon eventually? I'm from Ohio and find it amusing that he's considered a moderate. Hello, Lily Bean. I've drawn Kasich in some crowd scene cartoons. Boy, the king of Kasich is Nate Beeler, the cartoonist for the Columbus Dispatch. He is just absolutely brilliant. Oh, Dias Mata, the Phoebe sent you to me. Very good. Are you a pro cartoonist, Dias Mata? I appreciate you coming over here. Please do follow me. I need the follows. Right now I'm just cleaning up my dirty scan, and this is going to be colored in just a minute. As much as I'm cleaning up the hickeys from my dirty pencil lines, I am revising my drawing in little ways that I was just sloppy doing before. So just need to clean stuff up. This is the natural course of artist housekeeping. Just an art lover. Oh, good. Ferocious Splash. Nice to see you here. And Electric Violin and Dias Mata. You both just followed me. So thank you so much. That's really very nice. Her neck is looking a little bit fuzzy. Clean that up. I think I erased her face, which is why this is looking extra messy. Keep in mind, this is a big pencil drawing. What I'm doing is I just scanned it, pieced the scans together from my cheap scanner, and I'm picking and cleaning, doing my little bit of housekeeping, which, although this is a dirty pencil drawing, I don't think it's any more work than if it was a ink drawing. Oh, how nice! The Phoebe hosted our stream. That was very nice. Thank you for letting me know that, Psi Matrix. Let's make a point of hosting the Phoebe back when we have a chance. I appreciate PSI Matrix here, who shows up sometimes in the comments, is my tech guy for all the Kaggle.com and syndicate stuff we do, and I rely on him to teach me how to do all of these new things, like venturing into live streaming. Electric Violin writes, pencil, this looks like ink. Ha 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 ha. You're new to the stream. Yes. Pencil scanned in high contrast. Looking like ink. That is what I do. Bunny. I could clean up with the eraser tool, but I'm quicker with the lasso. So cleaning up the muck. Muck which is largely of my own making and not stuff I can blame on paper and pencil. Gotta own your muck. I'm getting close to being done with the muck. Then we shall move on quickly. This puppy will get colored. Oh, my Corinthian column. I usually do simple Doric or Ionic columns, but today I was feeling ambitious and I did Bernie standing on a Corinthian column. Hey, Jammer 550 and Ferocious Splash, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. And the Shoe Thief. My goodness. So we've got 30 people following today. And newest Jammer. Oh, the newest is Jammer. Thank you, Jammer. Getting through this quick enough. This is actually dirtier and more complex than most of my drawings ever are. I decided I didn't like that little bit of under the nose shading. So that was very nice of the Phoebe to introduce me and host me. I need to express my appreciation. There actually is a texture to this vellum that you can see in some of the crud that I'm taking out. A little bit of what's kind of like a cloth texture. Like here you can see a little bit of the cloth texture. That's just a big thumbprint, I think. But darker smudge, so it's picking up the paper texture. Which it generally shouldn't when I'm drawing with a hard pencil and drawing hard to make it look like lines. The idea is to not have to deal with any paper texture. But this one was getting smudgy, and I didn't spend the time to clean it up with the kneaded eraser. Electric Violin writes, "Oh, you draw on the good stuff? I draw on Duraline, by Seth Cole. Vellum. Supposed to last forever. Good quality stuff. DS Matter writes, using a Cintiq? Yes! I'm doing all this cleanup and soon the color on my Wacom Cintiq. In fact, it would be hard to do this stuff if I didn't have the Cintiq. I don't know that I would do it without the Cintiq. Or I'd approach it very differently. Cintiq lets you go fast and ignore a lot of problems. Oof. Pulled the camera out of its socket. I was going to give you a Cintiq view. Let's see if the other camera's working. Oh, the other camera is stuck on a previous view. I'll forget the Cintiq view. Anyway, you wanted to see what the drawing looked like when I was finishing it up. That's where it got stuck. Okay. Back to cleaning this pup up. Okay, I think I'm getting there. Yeah, I think I probably need another camera to show the room setup because people are always asking about that. Okay, here's the drawing. Now, one thing I forgot was this girl's body over here. And I just certainly forgot it, so I'm going to freehand it in. Is that enough to clean that her body's there? Probably. Don't think I like that. I could go all black. Let's try that. No, we're not going to do that. I'm just going to give it a teeniest little bit of stuff going on here. And then I'll do the rest with color. Now let's come close to this chick. Excuse me. Excuse me, got the coughs. That's a little better. People all seem to think that I should draw much faster. I should be done with a cartoon in an hour instead of spending all day on it. And I spend all day on it. Okay. Now, I forgot to put my signature in here. I'm going to grab a signature from an older cartoon. Okay, here are the babies. This was when Trump didn't go to the debate. Since I forgot to sign the other one. let's save this. Save as 400. Grayscale, okay. Adding some layers. Bring this to the top. Let's select color range. Okay, delete. Fill that with white. Double check that it's white. Okay. Image should be CMYK. Don't merge. And let's double check the black. Oops. Yeah, don't want that. So let's select the color range for the black. Make the black actually 100K. We're gonna delete and fill. And then check that we got 100K black because sometimes Photoshop resists that, and we did. So let's go with that. And we'll make the image size 400. And save as. CMYK. Okay. This layer, this top layer needs to be multiply so that the black colors run behind it. All right. Now I'm ready to color. Question is, what color goes in the background? Well, it's a nice Valentine's Day. I could make it all pink. That would be kind of funny. Make it all pink. Alright. The hell? Let's go with 40 magenta 0K. And let's grab this, opacity down. Oops, it's hard. Too hard. Too much opacity, not enough opacity. Good background pink. Pink is kind of a bold background choice, but it's Valentine's Day, huh? And then let's Give it some texture. With my rubber stamp. And let's give it a little bit of tiny bit of red right at the bottom. That's got some action to it, huh? And let's go with a little bit of brown dirt. It's kind of fun. Alright, I think I'm going to throw in some flesh tones now. Just blocking in the flesh tones. 3, 22, 22. We're just going to block in a bunch of flesh tones. Oops. Blocking in flesh tones. These will get altered soon. Base layer foundation flesh tone. Oh, thank you, Turnskio. Turnskio, you need to follow me. Oh, DS Mata, thank you for the Hillary compliment. She's an unhappy Hillary. Like her in the cartoon, but not in real life, huh? Okay, let's go with a little bit different flesh tone for this gal. And the black gal in the back. Oops, don't want that. Let's try this one. That's a little better. Just a little bit of variety of flesh tones going on. Oh, and I've got to do Bernie. And Cupid. And let's get Cupid. Make him a little bit pinker. I don't think I like that. A little lighter. This is just the base. I'll come back and add a little bit of dark and light, and pink and reflecting light, but not too much because this is just a dirty newspaper cartoon. DS Mata writes, with over 800 publications, do you have a team of artists drawing for you? I do. You go to kegelcartoons.com here. Go to kegelcartoons.com. Yeah, I just typed into chat, and you'll see the artists that are in our newspaper package. And actually, all of those guys can claim to be in 800 publications because it's a package. It is not just me. Another one to look at that explains how the syndication in the newspapers work is this link. Oh, I'm sorry. KegelWorld.com. That'll tell you about the syndicate. Oh, that's cool advice. PSI Matrix. Psi Matrix giving me some good advice. All right, let's type. Well, Theo, that didn't work. Oh, it did. Nightbot came back and listed the sites. Ah, very cool. That Nightbot is pretty slick. Okay, so I've locked in the flesh tones. I'm just gonna do other stuff that I know I need to do. So let's I'm not ready to think yet. So let's go 36. So 50. I'm just gonna do the hearts for now. Because it's brainless and it just gives me a little more information for making my next choices. Bernie's probably wearing a gray suit, so I'll draw the gray suit in. That'll be the next thing. And probably hair color. Then since the clothes can be any color, it'd be good to have more colors blocked in before I start deciding what color the clothes are going to be. I think I might have another hour on this. Takes a while. Some guys color really fast and they don't do much at all with their color. But what can I say? I'm not one of the fast guys. Although when I look at what I draw, it seems to me that I go fast enough. I've got to check out the Phoebe. He introduced himself to me here today. Sounds like quite the pro. Okay, let's try Bernie's gray suit. 10, 10, 10, 30. How's that? I have no music on here because I wouldn't want to listen to somebody else's music. But I do find when I do a long one like this one, I kind of miss having the talking heads on the TV all the time. They would have been interesting to listen to today with those new candidates dropping out of the presidential race. And I haven't been getting my news as I sit here and stream. Do it. Is that what you're suggesting, Ferocious Splash? I should just turn on CNN? I think I should not do that. No copyrighted broadcasts. It'll be blocked in shortly. The key to coloring is just jump in and color what you know how to color. Then when you've got everything that had to be a particular color, had to be flesh tone, had to be gray suit, then the other colors kind of choose themselves. But if you do your colors you have good choices about first, sometimes they don't look like the best choices after you put in the colors that you had to do. Really, they'll mute your audio on videos if you save them with copyrighted music. That's not really unreasonable, I guess. Okay, let's go with some interesting colors here. How about some brown hair for this chick? That looks good on her. think I like that one. Try this. All right. Ferocious Splash writes, well, Mr. Cagle, thank you for the stream. Enjoyed seeing the progress on your work. Until next time, Prost. Thank you, Prost, Ferocious Splash, for joining us today. I appreciate it. Hope you come back. Have you gotten lawsuits or threats from any famous people you drew in cartoons? I have. Bigger problem we have is lots of hacker attacks. I think the people that most don't like being drawn are the evil despots running evil regimes around the world. And the kinds of hacker attacks we get on Kaggle.com are kind of ones that you would expect from state actors. So, yes, ongoing problem with that. Okay, hop back a second and see how this is looking. Starting to shape up. A little bit of light yellow hair for Cupid here. Death threats. I get death threats sometimes. Not recently, but sometimes you'll do something that's not right. That's some group takes offense to, and they'll do like a flame war that can involve death threats. There's this group called CARE, the Council on American Islamic Relations, that had in mind that they didn't like this cartoon that one of the cartoonists in my group drew, and they had in mind that I would be the guy to fire him. So they put out on their website, everybody write to Daryl, try to get him to fire this cartoonist. And I got about 10,000 emails demanding that I fire this cartoonist. Probably 150 of those were death threats. That was the biggest one I've had. Oops. Not liking that. That's better. This is the girl behind that I had forgotten to draw in. E.S. Mata writes, hope they get turned over to the FBI. So what I do is I call the FBI and I report the sneaking hackers. They take the report. And that is all they do. They take the report. Not a lot of satisfaction here of my complaints to the FBI. Okay, she could have a colorful tunic. Let's do that. I'm bumping my microphone here. You probably hear that. No problem. I am here to chat on any topic. Thank you, DS Mata. I just have a bunch of general colors to lay in here. See, this girl could have some blue jeans as well. I just freehand everything. I don't do masks or anything. I've noticed how the comic book people are so fastidious about their coloring, and they do all these wonderful masks. But I just freehand everything. I don't draw the cartoons on the Wacom tablet, because I like the look and feel of the paper. Okay, let's give this one a pink sweater. And what else? Do I have a lot of Canadian publications? No, we're light in Canada. I would like to have more Canadian publications. We are not strong in Canada. We probably have 20 papers in Canada. Lots of great cartoonists in Canada. What happened to the selfie? Oh, this is here. She's over here doing the selfie on the right. Holding it down at her waist. Taking a picture up at her face and Bernie's face in the background. And then I just put cell phones in the other one's hands. Just about to selfie on all of them. There he goes. Bernie's a hoot. Oops. Okay, let's give him a blue tie. He's a Democrat, huh? Besides pencil and digital, do you do other mediums, writes DS Mata? Well, in the old days, I used to paint all the time. I would paint with gouache, and haven't been doing that for years. Oops. Okay, I think Bernie's pedestal needs some white, doesn't it? Oops. A little too messy there. Still got 33 people watching. That's pretty good. Oh, and I've got a new follower. Sleuth Slayer. Thank you very much. I missed that. That was 15 minutes ago. Sleuth Slayer. Missed an eye in the back. Oh, I did. You guys are helpful. Corinthian column. Let's give it a little bit of white texture. A little bit of gray texture. Looks pretty good. Okay, the eye in the back. That bothers you guys. Oops. Opacity. There we go. Now I can go on top of these chicks and give them a little better flesh tones. Let's do that. This is just a little hint of darker flesh tone just to start. Oh, thank you for the kind words, folks. Did you make your own brushes for Photoshop? I did not. I'm just using the little regular brush tool. I have been impressed with some of the brushes in Photoshop that I would like to try. I'm using old Photoshop CS4 and some of these new brushes that I've seen that I would like to try. They don't work with the Photoshop CS4, and I have to make myself buy another Photoshop. I've probably bought 5 Photoshops over the years, and CS4 worked so nice that I wasn't looking to quit it. So I'm still back in the Photoshop dark ages. This is just a little hint of shade. I'm not going to do a whole lot of shading. Oops. Okay, Bernie. They're going to be red-faced with anger. I'm going to give her a little peak cheeks. Same with the Pootie. Let's go in and give him a little bit of lightning. That's harsh. A whiskey nose. This is just a little bit of lights. Not much, just a little. Solo drinkers on Valentine's Day. That's so sad. Okay, let's go for some little harsher darks. Oh, Jed Bira 1. Thank you for following. I do appreciate that. Jed Bira 1. Okay, let's have some, well, darker spots for Bunny. So the Phoebe is back streaming. I have to go mod for him, but I'll be lurking here. I don't understand this. I don't have my my Twitch lingo down. Alright, let's give Bernie some suit details. There. Doesn't need a lot of suit details, just a little bit to give him a little bit of mass. Oh, well, that's great. Diazimada. A little bit of darker spot here. There, I think that's good. Bernie's looking okay. Now, what else does he need? Moderating is so greatly desired by the mass population of Twitch, they don't understand that it's really just a responsibility, writes Bardner. Oh. Theo? Oh, my moderator here, Psy Matrix, is telling me that Twitch is dropping frames or having trouble. But I'm looking at my feed here on my laptop, and I think it's looking okay. I'm not noticing any lost frames on the laptop feed. So I'm guessing that you just got a slow connection. Theo, my excellent moderator. Theo, I'm looking at it on my laptop. It all looks fine to me, so I don't think the problem's on my outgoing end. Poco Loco Britches asked, do you guesstimate how many layers you'll need when starting a cartoon, or have it all planned to the T, or just add as you go? Well, actually, what I do is I look at the size of this box over here, and I just add enough layers so that it goes from the top to the bottom. It's a plan, huh? Okay. Pink. We need some pink cheeks. Let's do it. Oh, frame drop is the Twitch side. Thanks for letting me know, Theo. It could be so many things. See how that little bit of pink just gives it life? A little bit of pink just does so much. He needs it on his butt, doesn't he? And his little pink toes. And then Hillary needs some pink. She's got a little bit of life in her old cheeks. Yeah, I labeled one flesh base because I was afraid I'd lose it and I'd need it again, but it's pretty rare for me to label anything. I'm pretty messy about the layers. And I'm fascinated by those comic book guys who are just so neat with their layers and label everything and are just so fastidious with all of those masks that they do. My goodness. Little things that I would freehand, they do so precisely with their masks. And I'm just not there. Werner can have a little bit of pink as well. It's just a hint of warmth, a hint of life going on inside there is what the pink does. Okay. Some pink fingernails. That's enough pink fingernails. I guess I need to do Hillary, don't I? Do a little bit of white here. Oops. Oh, Bunty Punk, thank you so much for following. I appreciate it. Bunty Punk. Lots of junk going on in this winter color. Oh, look how I missed some muck around here. Good deal of missed muck. Notice how I draw the pink on top of the black, because it's going to change the color of the black when it's printed CMYK. Here's his spittle. Okay, Hillary's hair. I haven't decided what color her clothes are yet. Oh, look at that error. Tied in here. Oops. Alright, there's her hair. That's all I'm doing to her hair. I'm going to give everybody a little bit of gray. No, let's do Hillary first. She made a little bit of gray. She needs to be what? Purple. Huh? Lavender? 24 people are watching. That's still pretty good. Oh, and Dale Dirty. Thank you so much for following. I appreciate that. Thank you, Dale. 38 people today. I have been on a long time. 2 hours for part 1 and about 2 hours for part 2. And here I'm going on 2 hours of coloring, which doesn't surprise me. It's a complicated cartoon, you know. A lot going on in here. Alright, let's give her a purple jacket. Oops. Purple jacket. How's that looking? She could have a pantsuit. Did I do that? Make her all purple? That is something she might do, a purple pantsuit. Hillary's calling card is the pantsuits, but I don't recall her wearing a purple like this, but it seems like something she might do. Good enough. And with this pink background, oops, why is that doing that? That was my eraser that was drawing down a color. Back end of the pen on the back of the eraser. Alright, she's looking okay. Give her a little bit of white texture. Just a teeny bit. Oops, that's too much. Just a little bit of breaker up texture. And the same on the girls. They can use a little bit of texture in the lighter spots. Makes it look like they're wearing real sweaters and jeans. Right. Bernie can use a little bit of that too. Okay. Now what? I'm close to being done. Trying to find where the shoe is. This is what comes from not labeling your oops. Why does it do that? I'm getting pretty close to being finished here, folks. All right. What more do I need in this? Am I done? I think I might be done. This could be all done. I don't think there's anything else I really have to do. I could overwork more of it. But I think that they're pretty well refined. This gal could use a little bit of darker detail. So can this one. Hey, I'd like to thank everybody for watching. And my plan is to, starting next Tuesday, to start drawing on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, or Monday. Well, let's see, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday. But next week I'm out Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday next week I'm planning to draw. And then going forward, it'll probably be Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I'll do 3 a week. And I may add more if I get some advertising work or other kinds of projects to do on top. So, but basically I'm going to commit to the 3 cartoons a week schedule. So if you'll take a look at the front page of Kegel.com going forward, we'll have a schedule posted there. You can see when the next ones are. They don't have to be such a surprise. And, oh, I forgot to put my signature in here. Remember, I was going to not forget that. So here's Trump Babies. Let's try this. DarylKegel.com over here. I just forgot to draw it into the cartoon. Select color range. Okay. Copy. Back to Bernie Girls. Put it over here. That looks okay. Now let's let's go back to Baby Trumpless Debate. See here, someone wanted to see a Kasich. Here I've got Kasich second from the right. Select color range. Okay, copy. Bernie Girls. Where do I want? Politicalcartoons.com. Maybe here. Yeah, it looks okay. Let's put it there. Okay. Are we done? So everyone, please, last chance to follow. Dale Dirty followed 14 minutes ago. Thank you so much, Dale Dirty. And see me here next Tuesday. I'm going to do these at noon. So next Tuesday at noon. Because here it is. I started at noon and now it's 7 o'clock in the evening. This cartoon took me 7 hours. 7 friggin' hours. And, that's not unusual for a cartoon to take a full work day. It's just the nature of what I do. So if I come on at 12 and finish up by 7, I guess that's a pretty good work day. Anyway, thank you everybody. You will see this cartoon post tomorrow, and I think it'll all be good. So, thank you, DS Mata. Thank you, Kibara. Keep coming back. You can look at my old streams. I got lots of good cartoons up there too. And I will see you guys next Tuesday at noon. So thank you much, everybody, and I appreciate your support with this. And I'm committed to making this strange new streaming work for me. So thank you so much for watching.